How rude! How ready are we? Oh, noise cancellation just works so well. Now, where were we? I do need to go and do some main missions. Main quest. So we can find paths, more treasure. More treasures. Let's check on the rewards, what we have here. Obsidian monolith acquired. Perfect dodge is easier to perform. Don't need that. We got some keys. Encrypted data file. And we're almost halfway for more keys. Is this true? 68% of the main quest. Edward 71. And then there's Dark Animus that I've been skipping.
Captain, how are my villagers who joined you in Great Inagua? They must think poorly of me for leaving them.
I am sure they do not. I'll speak to them soon.
Where was the NPC?
The only lie we care about is the one that's true.
Best to keep that insight to yourself around Milo.
My pet is not here. What's happening? It is 600 kilometers away.
Unreef the mains!
Or 6,500. Math is... Okay, that's not math. That's just...
Loose all sail!
ignorance. Now what is the zone?
Senti!
Hi Roxy, how you doing today?
Speed, lads!
Do you have your favorite sea shanty yet? I might be butchering some of these words. You're doing good. Glad to hear that. I am so good. 2 more days. 2 more days of work. The wind is saying we are going this way. Doesn't matter, we still need to go around this big island here. Do you have your favorite shanty?
Ease up! Fast as you dare!
I saw the loot, had to get it. You've been playing Origins. You have trouble collecting those. Origins is really nice. I did enjoy it. I did. You can see this. Loots nearby corpses and curious automatically. So when I'm like fighting or around any place, don't need. Almost finished with the main story in Origins. Nice. After Origins, like, you will want to play Valhalla, but then there's like whole one of DLC quests is, does have the NPC from Odyssey. Like the order of the games. And then yeah, then there's the whole Mirage mission, which is like buzzing. Only one dude to take out in the order. There's some spice to pick up.
Calm her down!
This gale has got teeth, Captain.
Douse the royals and tops!
I saw the loot, I had to go get it. What are these small ships even thinking?
Fire! Loose all, let's move! Let us strike these devils!
Probably the easiest convoy.
Reel them in, me trunks!
what I was... Free aim. No, it's free. Oh, we're on a picture mode. You do have Valhalla, you have all the new ones. But yeah, autosave reminds, like there's also sea, or some sailing. I don't remember about the ship battles. You do not have cannons, if I remember right. I don't know, I do not remember it at all. But yeah, it's definitely like you cannot download all of the games that you want to play. The SSD can't hold on PlayStation 5 everything. I don't know about Platinum. Just want to play the story and destroy the legendary ships. I haven't been playing, like, usually when I play a game, I do not try to platinum it. Just do everything that is fun for me. As long as I'm enjoying the game, it is enough. And for some games, like I have something bugged. Can't get a platinum. For example, Black Myth Wukong. One thing, it's just not spawning for me. I did finish the game 3 times and...
As much sail as you can!
It was still not spawning. I will look up the guide and...
Give everything she's got! Ease up! We can board and take her!
Yes, we are taking the rest of...
Our cause deserve no mercy! Pull them down to hell, lads!
Don't even hit the board. Have your breakfast. Appreciate that you being here.
Get the mains free! Fire! Brace yourself! Fire! 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 Fire!
What were these guys like?
Fasten yourselves! Fire!
We have a pirate ship, pirate hunter ship coming.
Step on their ship and they'll pack like the sea! Pull them in with a will!
You're dead. close fights. Gotta get the lockbox again. Ship. Things taking seconds.
Fire! And hold fast! Fire! Fire!
That was the
Sticks!
pirate hunter ship.
We're against the weather gear, sir!
Fire!
Reload! Won't miss next time.
Brace yourselves!
We're gonna repair our boat. Yes.
Prepare to board, meus caros!
All over.
Drag them to
Probably
that
all over
dude!
this. Sure. Yeah, not. Hunter. They did die. We have left. Let's just repair. Back to the fighting condition. Full health. Are there more ships?
Loose mainsails! Fire! Fire! The Lord smite thee!
And they ran over.
Fire! Step on their ship and
Pull!
they'll fight like a
Reel the
sea.
lubbers in!
Here we can lower them.
We'll be the death of you!
It was waiting for me to land. Run overboard!
Forces are in. Who are we after?
Get them aloft, let's go!
There's still one
Then
boat that
it
is
was a
waiting.
time to die.
Sure.
All sail! Fill those sticks!
We are 3.5K.
Raise your voices, me trumps! Ease off! Bring in some sail!
The spanker! Take her!
Prepare to
Reel 'em in, me
Prepare
trumps!
the boat.
If they come, let them jump for us!
Fast. Now we're baying back for the beach. One thing I do want to do.
May they receive
Up the shrouds, lads! We
Get
sail!
Let's move!
A song!
Leave her to the
Blind Spanish ensign! Looks like a brigand! They're not a moon sack! All the bones!
Ease up!
They're fighting against each other. Ah, I'm just going fast.
Faster now!
Straight into the storm.
Settle back!
There goes our singing. Once I've been run over by a typhoon or a hurricane. It was so wide.
Quite the squall picking up, Captain!
Ah, wind is really teasing us.
Give everything she's got!
What I say, in Amsterdam there lived a maid, and she was mistress of her trade. And go no more a roving with you, fair maid. A roving,
How many ships will this first destroy? We do need the board, just one.
I asked this maid to take a walk. Well,
Hopefully
what I
there's just-
say, I asked this maid then a great big Dutchman rammed my bow. Well, what I say, for a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, young man, DC.
We can't have false papers damaging the Van de Graaff. We'll see how much bravado the HMS Courage
5-star
carries.
man of war. There's a diving spot next to it.
What I do say,
Calm her down!
go horse, other men's wives don't make
Roll the dogs out!
Down's all but mains!
Get those clues up!
Fire! Fire! Scrap of duck on the wind!
Watch your head!
Fire! 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 Red! Fire! Fire! Raise for impact! Fire! Fire! Fire!
Nice. We are coming from this side.
Shall we board it,
Our
Captain?
force patrol these waters.
Bring
Just
them in
hop
for
on.
a steely kiss!
Welcome, Sorga. I didn't see what was coming.
Faded seal!
Me as a pirate is a dangerous thing to do. Almost a double. Next one is... It always takes... My fleet is full. Let's have a look what's there. I need to be a page. My crew needs food
Ships are profit.
and supplies. It costs money and resources to keep everything floating. Piracy. Oh, I still need to capture the two forts from there. I'm not doing any trading. Just piracy. Big mistake. The security is lowest, but there's two forts that I haven't captured here. Unfortunately, you cannot assign random. Random. Oh, what is it called?
No use wallowing about here.
Random ships. It is undiscovered location.
Loose and trim tight! Ride the wind!
Let's go have a look. Yesterday I was able to get the diving bell. We will have more of these locations where I'm under the water.
Take us off the wind!
Let's see what we can find down here. I did not get eaten by a shark. So that is something good. One chest. 2, 3. There's 4. I got them. Cookies! Nice. I still have 2 days of work. Then I'm vacation for 3 weeks. So there will be some real live streams. Especially on the next week, because I won't be home. Let's go get some air. 10 chests! Man, there's a lot of... No sharks this time, it seems. We have a lot of jellyfish around. They can sting you. Look at that prisoner. Or a slave. There's nothing there. Here we have a whole cave. Devil's Eye Caverns. Oh, there I hit something. We don't get to choose our side or what? Ah, we made it. Let's see if I could... Nope, we cannot change. So there's one and then there's behind us. Those I was unable to get. There's like another entrance here. A breather. Big cave. Straight into the jellyfish. It's that way. Or is it? It is. Have you thought about doing some free diving as we are doing here now? Or is this like a bit too scary? Oh, there is a path. Kinda as closed. Isn't that the path I came in? So this was just... another path. What's you too? Boy. Thanks for the follow, Nolly. Fittev. How you do today? Did you play the original? Where we have 30 meters. Here. 10 chests. That is a lot of chests in one place. We got this, Edward. You played the OG multiple times, actually. You're playing it at the moment. Oh. I did play it on release, and I have so many hours in it. This is definitely like one of the favorites from the whole series. Can we get to this? No, that is pushing us away. Am I destined to suffocate here now? Desynchronized Edward. Just, I can't see another place to get air either. I have just one place here. Oh no. It is a dead Edward. Just collected all possible stuff already on the OG. At the moment now, just need to finish the story and kill the legendary ships. I haven't killed Isn't in the OG we were able to just get on top? I don't remember. Like actually swim into the surface. But yeah, I need to get those ultimate plans. I'll be trying to find those. First thing that I did, like, there's been a lot of sailing. Well, I'll go to the ships and upgrade the ship as much as possible. Okay, that's like pushing me away. This is not pushing me away. I have too much air. Do we have air here? We don't. But yeah, I'm just missing the ultimate plans to take on the legendary ships. I've done all possible treasure maps that I've found. But unfortunately none of them have been for ammo. Or for the damage itself. Here I have like none. But the game was still saying there's one secret. Where is that one secret? OG definitely has many things. Like for just that you can pick up the weapons, for example. That helps a lot. Like, yeah, the whole compact itself. Okay, now you're just big badass. It's have been collected. Where the rest? What do you think is like the best thing about the OG? For you? Now I'm like back here. Especially a couple of the these diving areas where you can also fight enemies. Picking weapons help a lot. So, very knuckles. Yep. Like the whole combat itself, it's. I don't know why they decided to make this change here. Like. Only thing what you have underwater is dodging the sharks. You could be pushing them by the nose like real divers do. Okay, so we cannot go up. This cave is pushing us away. Cannot go up. That's not leading anywhere. Did I just make a wrong turn here? I'm not getting away. But the least part of the OG. Yeah, like the whole Animus mystery, they just change it. Was it this one or... No, was it in Origins? Like a whole Connor story just ends. No, this is back to the tide. But yeah, like the mystery of Abstergo. I finally found the place. Sure, and I also like the Federation. Yeah. It was in Origins. Oh, could it be? Maybe it's Ubisoft devs not having the control over the game set at all anymore. It is just the stakeholders. They don't want to be the evil. Like in, I don't know, have you played anything from Unknown Worlds? Mm-hmm. You haven't? Oh. Definitely should. So, Subnautica 2 is their latest. It's a wonderful game. So they started with natural selection. Here they are introducing us to an evil corporation. And like you are now on the Subnautica 2 and on the first one you are actually working for them. Maybe you might like the second one better. There's a multiplayer. I really enjoyed the airy sounds, like how, especially the like sounds of this game is just wonderful, or were wonderful for me. I liked it a lot. And yeah, the water is beautiful. Like when this came out, I played 4 days in a row. Just waiting for there to be more content. Other game that I have on my current playthrough, first playthrough is the Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's been a lot of fun. Probably Friday or Saturday I'll be playing this again. So tomorrow still Edward's story. We could have no. It's always same punch. But yeah, like the mysterious storytelling. It's just something beautiful. Okay, there's no chest. Why I wished, think the secret was up there, but I didn't have a treasure chest, so we're not fighting. That one was supposed to be strong. The other side. Let's go catch some. You cannot heal yourself. Was that a thing in OG as well? I don't remember. It's the other way. 9 out of 10. Yeah, there's one somewhere. Dangerously low. Where is this one? And a secret mission. Guess we come back. Maybe I need a treasure map to get it. There was no markers for me to dig up anything. Still something missing again. No, I did find the secret. That's not the chest. Let's try on that fort.
Give me more sail!
Speed, lads!
Yeah, I like a lot of games where you can just explore and build, even though my architect skills are hard.
Raise your voices, me trumps!
And we know so. Oh, a poor old man came riding by. Oh, poor old man. Says I, old man, your horse will die. And we say so, and we know so.
Let's see.
He dies, we'll tan his hide. Oh, poor old man.
Can we take this on the first try?
We don't, I'll ride him again. And we say so, and we know so. And I'll ride him until the Lord knows when. Oh, poor old man. He's dead as a nail in the lamp room door, and we say so, and we know so, and he won't come.
Has any of you played the original Halo?
We'll use the hair of his tail to sew our sails, and we say so.
It tells you about your age as well. It was a generational.
Drop him down to the long, long roll, and we say so.
They did release
Will have his body and
remastered version of that.
Oh, poor old man.
I'm not in a hurry. Can't choose or start a third game. I will finish this first. And since it's on the Game Pass, they probably won't be leaving it. So.
And when we get to Kingston Town,
What is this island? Where was the Vegas?
good morning, ladies, them gals down south are free and gay. When them will spend our hard-earned pay. Good morning, ladies, we'll swing around.
So many boats.
And soon we'll be back on the homeward run. Good morning, ladies, and when we get to Bristol town,
Kinda need those bolts to fight.
Last time we'll waltz around with morning ladies all. With Paul and
I can take it to
Meg and
fourth.
Sally too.
You are fourth. Yes.
We'll drink
70
and dance
phases.
the hullabaloo with morning ladies all. So long goodbye to all you tears with a hero hall. Don't
Ease her off!
Humble up now!
Take a shot! Right there, sir!
And they actually have a good aim. Need to get closer to
Take evasive action!
Give everything she's got! Ease up!
Look how hurt my boat is already. Are they mines? Or barrels that I just went for? Or how did I lose so much health? What is the reason for this defeat?
Loose some sail, we move!
Let's try to get from this side. Start with a slow speed.
Loose all sail!
Unfurl aloft! Man your sheets!
Somewhere else. Destroy. That man of war joining the fight.
Fast as you dare! Set her back!
Hit the load.
There's a good shot to cripple her! Fire! Mortar incoming! The fire
We are like pushed so far away. It kind of felt like we are almost dead.
Speed, lads!
This fortress has the best mortar I've ever seen.
Unreef the mains!
We try again. English and Spanish fighting.
These waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Set her back!
Humble up, all hands!
Oh, really, that's joining the fight.
Take evasive action!
Only time!
Faster now!
No, tää hitas.
Douse the gallants and royals! Fire! Mains out, let's go! Ease up! Fire! Haul in the stunsails!
Muzzle your tops, Mitrums!
Head out some sail! Fire! Fire!
They're tougher than they look!
Batten yourselves!
That town is all
Douse the gallants and royals! Mains out, let's go! Fire! Speed, lads! Fire! Fast as you dare!
Like I'm almost dead.
Fire! Faster now! Ease up!
No! I still got hit by that. Not good, not good, not good. Hold up.
The wind is picking up fast!
This wind is definitely not making things any easier. Can't see that. Okay.
Get
Round
aloft, let's go!
Man your
four.
sails, we trim too!
This one is a well-done Trim off! Bring in the stunsails!
Pull up all but mains!
Are they fighting versus a Spanish ship or will they try to pick up?
Give everything she's got!
Let's try from this side.
Calm her down!
They do not have a good fun course.
Leave the
Haul in the
they'll be sure to
stunsails!
repair the damage!
Fire! Crowd it all on!
She's trim too! Arty! I said Arty!
Fire!
Losing the weather gate, sir!
Fire!
Is this it up?
Raise for impact! tops! Fire!
I'm so
Every
low.
last scrap of duck on the wing! Brace for impact!
No! This was the best. So just getting close will help a lot. Or I could do a make quest and try to unlock more islands.
Put on some sail.
This is last try.
The wind has us!
Will come with the speed.
Careful, Captain! His waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Calm her down!
Push on this!
Faster now! Set her back!
Evasive maneuvers!
Fire! Fire! Raise! Fire!
Time to fix that!
Or am I just supposed to wait for the...
Give everything she's got!
Let's finish that town off, Captain.
Leave that fort and they'll be sure to defend.
Calm her down! Fire! Faster now! Ease up! Fire!
They're on the brink!
Fire! 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 Batten yourself! Fire! Fire!
Take evasive action.
Fire! Give everything she's got! Ease her off! Fire! Fire! Rain! Douse all but main! Fire! Fire! Fire!
How did that hit us?
Stunts out! Let's get moving! Brace for impact! Speed, lads! Set her back!
And there was one.
Ease her off! Give everything she's got! Fire!
Oh! They have a really good aim. We will come back here. Enough time spent getting destroyed. Let's see what we have here. Always our assassination contract. informant. Easy enough.
You can't tell Assassin's secrets and
Algo de
go
prudencia no
unnoticed.
estaría de más, ¿no crees?
From above.
Yo solo quería una casita en la costa de Alicante. Cuando salga de aquí, abandonaré este trabajo para siempre.
¡Ven aquí, sangra!
What was my character? Does that count?
Hush now.
Oh, we changed bullets.
¡Mirad allí! ¡Cogedlo!
I'll take that. Every island has 2 contracts. So let's go see about that. First one is always on the island and next one is somewhere else. This time we have a smuggler as the target.
He ran the gauntlet for the Templars and led the Assassins on a merry chase. Till now.
Sweet. We do have a harbor master, and I can show you that.
You require
is
my
just
services.
ultimate plans that I'm missing for everything. I have found one for a swivel gun. But that does not help with the fort. Showcases the whole boat, even though we just upgraded one thing and have 2 of them.
Well concluded.
Let's remove the marker from. How far? Not that far. I could fast travel there though. Since we have done everything. Cape Bonavista. What's entering the... Oh, well, why do we have this here? Let's see. Not what I thought. This is one of the early islands. I just unlocked the assassination, so like... Since I was not doing the story. Is this actually the first spot that you can have a viewpoint? Could be. Did you know this hidden Easter egg at this game? Because originally this ship name was El Dorado, like the Golden City. Once you got all maxed on your ship, you get golden weapons and even your ship is golden weapons. No. Did you know that? They've made Edward to be quite greedy character, to be truthful. Suppose he's talking about gold.
There. And that's his contraband.
Served out not long ago either.
Come to the bush. Oh, I got the free one.
Now that's a port that won't be getting to the Templars.
How do you feel about the... There's the, like, Red Bull flags. Like, in-game ads for companies. Are we getting more enemies? It makes sense if we cannot loot this belt, because we shot it. No, we can still loot it. One less checker. And now we can get back to the ship, but that is not needed. I don't have all of them. Let's see what's happening in Havana. Who deserves to be dead? And target with rope dart. Sure. Make the whole village. No, this is a city.
Oh, the Templars have no trouble finding willing ears.
City. A lot of things. From here you could hang somebody. This should be close. Where's my target? There really was none of these.
That's him, lording it over his men.
These are... And then we just escape.
That'll put a dent in the Templars' ranks.
Sort of... So you can't even get here. Oh, we have 6 contracts here. That is a lot. Usually there's just 2, but Havana is such a big area, so maybe the rest of them are also in the city. There's a looking for me for a long time.
Hombre, te tengo.
Not good enough.
Not long enough. Are those guys also coming here? Nope. This bush is too small for us to hide in. Let's clean up a little. Okay. Next target is Antonio Rueda. Here we have explosive kill. So would need to shoot a barrel.
Trading gunpowder with the Templars. That won't do.
¿Algún problema con los asesinos últimamente? ¿Algún asunto turbio?
Sí, sabotearon un envío de pólvora. Las pérdidas fueron terribles.
Pediré a los templarios que te compensen.
Gracias, señor. Eso sería de gran ayuda.
Oh, here we go.
That's him.
How do we lure him or just assassinate? Oh, there's a lot of gunpowder on that side. Oh, there was a civilian. What was he dealing with?
Pronto estarás, no le escaparás tan fácilmente, maldito.
I still need to confirm.
¡A por él!
Seems so. Oh, we have strong kicks. Which way are you gonna go?
¡No lo perdáis! ¡Ahí! ¡Ahí!
Is he coming or going?
¡Has vivido demasiado! Vas a morir por eso.
¡No nos engañarás con eso! ¡Ah! ¡Ahí! ¡A por él!
Taking care of the shooters. He did not see me. It was loading. I don't see anybody else around here.
That's less powder for the Templar guns.
¿Ha perdido la razón?
Where is the Assassin contracts? Online service error. Okay, something is lacking with the service. That is fine. Now the headquarters or the missions have changed. Where's the place? It is no longer in the middle.
All right.
It is still a bird cage. Yes. Now tell me, who is the next? An officer. Corrupted.
This tax collector's taken his last bag.
Recaudador de impuestos es peor que un pirata. Les quita el pan a los hombres honrados.
Yo solo sé que además es un ladrón. Se va a enterar cuando lo descubran sus superiores.
First, take the marksman's away.
No puedes vagabundear por aquí, hombre. No me pienso marchar. Prueba allí.
Oh, they saw me from down there, though.
Está más tieso que un leño. ¡A la carga! ¡El puerco intenta escapar! ¡Venga, pues! ¡Mirad! ¡Allí!
Let's shoot him.
¡A por él!
¡Le arrancaré el corazón por eso!
He went for his boss. I think we need to kick all of them.
¡Allí! ¡A por él! ¡Dar las orejas!
Prueba eso conmigo.
¡Atacad, chicos!
¡Tienes escapatoria!
¡Rápido, estáis!
Who's the next?
¡Maldita sabandija!
Fuck them. Push it.
¡Ya eres nuestro!
No te salvarás.
At least one more.
¡No te escaparás así como así!
That's him. Loaded to the gun, all I'd wager.
Let's confirm.
Fleecing the rich is my game, mate, not yours.
Now the marker. Next. What have they done to deserve me as their judgment? Oh, these guys are just plain murderers. Isn't that almost like killing other pirates?
Pirating is one thing, murdering innocents is another.
Okay. I'll take that. Double assassinate, so these guys probably are just hanging around.
¿Dónde están tus amigos?
Sorry.
They've got the slums locked up tight as a ball. There's no one getting in or out until they find...
That's one now.
Don't get me away. I ain't leaving until them soldiers are gone.
You're tough when you've got the advantage. You're a coward at heart. Give off me your heart! No he hecho nada. ¡No pegues daño! ¡Lo he encontrado!
All that can be done for mad dogs is to put them down.
¡No podrás despistarnos! ¡Allí está! ¡Ya te tengo! You'll have to do better than that.
That's better than that.
¡Muere! ¡Muere!
He did give me a shot.
Eye for an eye. He's better dead.
Full on ammunition. Okay. Where to next? Here will be the last. Oh, I could take the warehouse. We are close by. We're definitely stockpiling. Finally done with the cookies. They're calling you'll be giving some to your neighbors. Nice.
¡Serás pasto de los gusanos!
Let's get the
¡Más
point.
rápido! ¡No debemos perderlo!
Then continue. Without the key, we cannot steal the warehouse. Question is, how far do I need to travel? Here's a chest. Any clue about the key? Am I just getting rid of
¡A por él! Voy a tocar la alarma. Voy a tocar la alarma. ¡Maldita sabandija!
You aren't going anywhere.
¡No te salvará! ¡No te escaparás tan fácilmente, maldito! ¡Se acabó, gusano! ¡Matadlo! ¡Matadlo!
Those are cool moves. I got better. Still no key. That's where those two guys got that. Oh,
¡Vete ya! ¿Cómo voy a disparar?
maybe those guys will probably up there. Yeah, one of them is clone gold.
¡Vamos!
That's my ticket into the warehouse.
Let's go do it. I could have run the other way. Come on, boys. Get her. What we gonna get? Mappies, wine, and some wine. Really, they are too far from each other. This is such. Sorry, pigs. Just passing through.
Contenga
¡Maldición! ¡Soy pacifista!
Now I'm already forgotten.
Ya te puedes ir.
Maybe I can take another path.
What's on your mind then?
$30K. Order of gold. The letter is quite safe. Maybe I should equip it. That is needed for some achievement. Then there's a lot of different pelts.
Our pleasure. See you next time.
Now we have a different weapon. We should not be able to be killed. Just with always using a heavy strike, we will regain some health.
No privateer worth his salt would serve the Templars.
What way was she? Trying to dodge.
Be somewhere else. No! After him! Your last mistake, mate.
We don't know who it is from these. We take down everyone.
Now we dance.
Oh, he is fighting.
Surprise!
Missed bait.
Not a worthy champion.
If the one with a gun doesn't want to run, that's not my problem. Again, I found myself with pigs. Let us the next. Templar Associate. Your time to vanish from this world.
I'll cripple the Templars and line my own pockets.
That sounds really greedy.
What is the matter with you?
Your coin's good here, Captain.
No te salvará.
¿Crees que puedes desquitarnos?
Atrévete. ¿Cómo se ha escapado? Ahí está.
I've loaded this place, I remember.
Try this!
Ah, he's still far.
¿A dónde te crees que vas? ¡Ahí! ¡Seguidlo!
Up and over!
Everything done in heaven. Where to next?
¡Está por aquí!
It is still showing one unworthy brother. The whole island is like the place where I haven't been. Oh, I still have a marker for that. Oh no, I put that.
Loose some sail, we move!
Loose the mains, half sails!
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can!
Spanish ensign!
Just a frigate.
All right, Jack, sing!
Bully in the alley, way, bully in the alley. Bully in the alley, bully down
Bully in the alley.
Sally's the girl that I love to hear.
I don't like bullies though.
Bully in the alley. Sally's the girl that I splice.
Why tease another another person when there are way many other ways to get rid of anger, disappointment, hatred. Why involve other people and target them?
Bully down in Shinko now. If I ever get back, I'll marry little Sally. Bully in the alley. Have kids and live in Shinbone Alley. Bully down in Shinbone Alley.
No matter wars.
Bully in the
This is
alley.
good.
Bully in the alley. Bully in the alley.
This is like on the other side of this island. Yeah, but I was thinking of turning this way.
Where am I to go? Where am I to go? I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go? Me Johnny, where am I?
Jingle. Jingle.
I'm a young sailor boy, and where am I to go? Oh, where am I?
Faster now! Ease up!
Again, we have like wind against us.
Watch their guns! Fort Chinchura has a reputation for shredding the hardiest of ships. That's the weak spot! Take the shots out! Fire! They're firing on us! Fire!
Why it sounds like there's a boat? There is a boat.
Clues up! Eat her sticks! Fire! Fast as you can! Fire! Raise! Fire! Douse the galleys for impact! Fire! Fire! Raise!
Nope. That ship was too much. I heard it ramming. Let's have another try. If not, back to quest.
Watch their guns! Fort Chinchura has a reputation for shredding the hardiest of ships.
Ease her off!
Ready to fire!
Fire!
Hit him there, sir! And away, mate!
Brace mains! Fire! Let out some sail! Fire!
We'll need the carpenter to fix that!
Fire! Loose all! Let's fire!
Give me more sail!
Fire! Give everything she's got! Shorten sail! Get off the squall! Race! Fire!
We now take the wind too, sir!
Fire! Get the mainsails into the wind! All sail! She'll take it! Brace yourself!
She'll take it. Dude, we are almost at here.
Fire!
Firing on us!
Fire! Fire!
Nope. No happening. Ultimate plans needed for the weapons.
Watch them! Fort Chinchora has a reputation for shredding the hardiest of ships.
Maybe we say. "13 kilometers, you will hear some."
Faster now! Shanty!
Onboard boat.
Duties they will come down. And when we get to the Wallasey Gate, oh, Sally and Polly for the Flashmen do wait. And one to the other will hear them say, goodbye, very well, goodbye, very well. Oh, here he comes Johnny with 40 months' pay. Well, meet these like cows and we'll ring the old bell. Goodbye, very well, goodbye, very well. And finish the duty we'll raise Mary L.
I have a Pathfinder on and look where we are going.
And even around. And when we get home, boys, oh, won't we fly round? Goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very well.
We have our own sea shanty. Our favorite one. Okay, maybe it's because of these winds.
Fast as you dare!
We're getting tossed around like a...
Boys, oh, heave long and strong. Goodbye, very well. Goodbye, very
Have you seen dolphins in real life? I was in Madeira. This is Christmas 2015. Or 16. There we went on a catamaran ride up the ocean and saw dolphins. Haven't seen a whale.
I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I'll drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey gave me a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey made me pawn my toes. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. Whiskey drove me around Cape Horn. Whiskey, Johnny. It was many a month.
Whiskey Johnny is a really good canteen.
Whiskey for my Johnny, oh. I thought I heard they always say, whiskey, Johnny. I heard my whiskey for my Johnny, oh. A glass of grog for every man. Whiskey, Johnny, and a bottle for the dancing. Whiskey for my Johnny, oh.
Free loot. Hey. I want it! We can barely fit through that. Oh, we might get it. But yeah, I've tried to take on 2 hordes, but I just get shot down. My weapons are not damage fast. So, I do need to do some main questing. But that's fine. The story of this game is quite nice. It is not a happy ending though. Or happy story. If it was, we would still have pirates.
Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown. She's lovely on the fore, yeah, she's lovely down below, boys. She's lovely 'cause she loves me, that's all I want to know.
Come on, Winter.
Faster now!
Some must go forward and some must go after.
Yeah, there's just 2 forts left that I haven't taken care of. All fucking in my ass. More than half an hour to be destroyed. Oh, desynchronized. How? It's in Assassin's Creed.
One more pull, don't you hear the maid a bawling? One more pull, that's the end of our hauling.
Bring it, sir!
Charlie Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
It actually doesn't have like almost anything here.
Charlie Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
How about you? Not that much.
Way up, she rises. Way up, she rises.
Let's get a one crew member even though we are full. Just saving random pirates. Still ever to loot them.
Until he's over, put him in the brig until he's over, early in the morning. Way up, she rises, way up.
It's my fault. I think we can fit through there.
And she was mistress of her. No more a roving with you, fair maid. A roving, since roving has been my ruin. No more a roving with you.
There are a couple of my boats.
I asked this maid to take a walk, mark well what I do say. I asked this maid out for a walk, that we might have some private talk. I roving with you, fair maid. A roving, since roving in my ruin. No more a roving with you, fair maid. Then a great big Dutchman rammed my bow, well, what I do say. For a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, young man,
Which Caribbean island would you like to visit first? Or all of them? I don't know why.
Then take fair warning, boys from me.
For some reason, I've always wanted to.
So take a warning, boys from me, with other men's wives.
Like so when I was young, I was thinking of going to Barbaros. For some reason. Well, this dude just came from heaven. He dropped down from the sky.
That has been
Okay.
out of sorts lately. Aye, and I can't blame him. A lot's changed. It won't help him keep peace with Vane.
Now there's a man who's out of sorts.
English, my boat.
If we're lucky, Thatcher's heard something of Roberts on his travels.
You're the only one still chasing that ghost.
It's not him I'm chasing. But no doubt you're right. It's Nassau that will have been worried with Thatch.
Easy bird. Other ship is just waiting there.
Pull him down to hell, lads!
Someone dared to shoot me. Who was it?
Get them
really thought that's a good idea. Look what happened to the boat.
Lose some sail. We move.
I guess teleporting.
Ain't a word to let fly grapples, sir!
Pull them in with a will!
Let us strike these devils down!
I need to wait for a while. Easy peasy. What to do with this boat? Let's just get full health. Always a good choice.
Up the shrouds, lads. We sail. Speed, lads.
Wages of sea have been paid.
Looks like booty!
Okay. Captain Blackbird. Blackbird. Touch.
A great disappointment you are, Thatch. His mind's made up to stay, he says. So sod him. And hang all of you lot that follow this sorry bastard into obscurity. A man's a prick.
I know you're come to call me home, Kenway. And your faith in me is kind. But with Nassau done in, I feel I'm finished.
I'm not of the same mind, mate. But I won't begrudge you the state of yours.
You still looking for that sage fellow?
Aye.
Always.
Taking a prize a month back, I heard a man named Roberts was working a slave ship called the Princess. Might want to see about it.
The Princess. Cheers, Thatch.
Oh, don't sit there like a barrel of wet fish. We're celebrating my retirement! Uncork this man's breakfast!
Save us a few bottles, eh?
What did we see here?
He's come up from the beach and he's sober as a judge.
Well, that's a bit of daring, I feel.
Yeah,
Is he a spirit or a spy?
That's what pirating gets you.
He's a spy.
Because we're supposed to stay hidden.
Jenkins, what's the news? Did you get it?
When I left, they were all deep in their cups. There's nothing to help them now.
Good man. We can proceed without delay. Look sharp. Stevens, make certain there are no surprises.
Aye, sir.
Secure the other side and watch the path.
Aye.
You certain you didn't bring some of those sand rats in tow, Jenkins? Stay here. Shoot anything that moves. Are the charges set?
All up and down the beach. It was easy. The scoundrels drank themselves witless.
Splendid. On my sea, Lieutenant Maynard's fleet will rain hellfire down on them. Fitting end to their lawlessness.
Retaining the soldiers in another way. Taking care of their backups.
There was a deserter among them who recalled my face. I sliced into his gullet before any word left his lips.
Anybody see you?
Don't think so, sir. But I reckon Kenway suspects something. He don't miss much.
Tell me about the beach.
A fair gathering, sir. Most too drunk to stand.
That will suit our purpose. Tell me about Edward Teach. What sort of man is he?
It's Thatch, sir. At least, that's what he calls himself. But he's a mad bugger, he is. Cracked as a glass teapot, sir.
Details, man. Stop talking in gibberish.
Well, sir, he likes his drink, for instance. Only he makes him queer. Takes the usual rum flip and fills it with half a weight of gunpowder to top it off.
Did I hear you right? He drinks gunpowder.
Aye, sir. Just for show. And only last week, he rounded up a score of his crew and bade us sit in the hold of his ship while he burnt off sulfur and other killing minerals. Like it was one of the million bits of ale and nothing less ordinary.
What was that like?
What the hell for?
Like to test his crew is all. Tease out their fitness and what. Of course, it always turned out he was the fittest of the lot. Thought for a moment I'd die there. Bloody savages.
Have no fear, soldier. This will be the end of them. Come on, it's time.
Okay, we're supposed to go through here. They are far enough.
Quickly, send the signal. And remember always this day.
If my luck holds, they've missed the jackdaw. Sight! Curse those bastards!
Hopefully our ship is... This is the one way to go for retirement.
Note the day, lads! Today
I'm here, boys.
we send the king's finest to their... Jesus, Edward. Living like this is like living with a large hole in your gut. And every goddamn time bitter smell over the ground. Run them down! When Ben and me first set down in Nassau, I undervalued the need for folks of character to shape life.
Maynard, that shitbird's been nipping at my heels for weeks. Wanted to make his name. Maynard, who is he? Another of the kings, so after he's into the
Man of War is marvelous.
And cut up to pieces! A double portion to the one who fights me that bloody fire altar! Carry the log, boys! Take no guff! I'll clean your legs wide!
No! I want to jump from above. It is true. Oh, more have. Oh, he did get shot. That's his retirement. No more Blackbird. We're overboard. He did get his retirement. We could have just sunk the monoball without getting over there. Oh, you want to fight? We can do that. Is there anything to loot or something?
What a fat, sir. Did he fall? Captain?
He drinks damnation.
What about our revenge? How are we gonna deal with it? I like water. As a drink, a lot. No, not the open seas.
We recovered this.
That can be a scary place.
We lost Edward Thatch this night. But Blackbeard yet lives. He lives in the nightmares of governors. He lives in the fearful tales told by officers, and he lives in the heart of every pirate who wants only to be free. He will not be forgotten. Not now. Not ever.
Oh, Blackbird!
Here's a health to the company, and one to my loves. Let us drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let us drink and be merry, all grief to refrain.
Iced bottle holder.
Rum tastes sweeter among friends, pirate.
What is this letter? Treasure map.
At it again, Kenway. I thought you'd be done chasing fairy stories.
No, we need all the ultimate plans.
Not yet.
Ship.
Maybe Vane can help me figure out how to pick up the pieces.
New quests. Oh, that's a far away. I could go inside our cabin though.
You're a bit
There's 5k waiting for us. So I haven't been here in hours. I don't think I was here yesterday at all.
We lost too many farmers under Ducasse. We're going to run out of food.
How did you climb up here? More ships mean more money.
Yeah, everything else is full. Where else we have? Here's another risk level. Here we are at 0. No, the local funds. 5k. That is already somewhere. Or it's just showing like starting point for it. Okay. Let's go to Codex and look at the map. What is? Oh, this one doesn't have. Markers. Vainglorious bastards.
Blackbeard's hidden his treasure in a poxy riddle.
Why somebody is celebrating on this night of accidents?
Have you business to contract with me?
Did we acquire a new plan? No, says the game. We did get new flags from somewhere. Not bad looking.
Another time, no doubt.
Where is our Dutch friend?
I could stitch those map pieces together.
He wants more rum. This we can do. Another treasure. 14554. Sacrifice island. 14554.
When you crack open that treasure chest, spare a thought for me.
Will do. He's also selling weapons. Quiet their pistol. Then different figureheads. So 90 more rum needed. We have enough spices, just not the pieces. And a lot of aloe. He is selling map pieces for spice. Or was selling one. For this.
Excellent choice, Captain.
Now, what was the location? It was 1311. Yeah, they are all like over here. In the area I haven't been. Nope.
Mains out, trim to the wind. All right, Jack. Sing.
Farewell.
More sail. We need the bunch.
the weather gauge, sir.
Give everything she's got.
We could check. Is there a warehouse on over here? No, there isn't. I was here singing. Your bathroom is not I'm being too angry. Or maybe it's more of a neighbors.
Ease her off! Reef the gallants!
Anchor ahoy!
Gunway! You've wasted a journey if you're here to make peace for that shirker.
No peace. Revenge. Then peace.
So Thatcher's been topped. Fuck's sake.
He was outnumbered. I couldn't reach him.
Devil damn the man, he was fierce, but his heart was divided.
It's hard to let go of the life you know best.
Nah. My own idiot father liked to brag about.
Welcome, Raiders! Thank you, Tracker. How was your stream? What were you playing? Why drift the stream? On a Wednesday? What was happening? Welcome, Mario, as well. Kicking some booty. Look how my allies got their booty kicked. Let me show you. Is it not responsive? Okay, no. So last game I decided to go for solo queue ranked. Smart choice as always, right? Playing out of and getting jungle role. Asking for ganks. After will be also streaming. Wide Rift. Crazy. Hold up. I want to show the score, what they did. Happy gaming. Come on, let's get to the score. What you gonna eat? Come on. It would be nice if you had the 30 seconds or 50 seconds here. Am I even showing the score or not? So I wasn't. Hold up. It's somewhere here. Okay, it's been hitting here. I had a 0-9 Jinx. Dead. And by the end of the game, Seraphine had a 1 kill and 8 deaths. Bot lane gonna run it down. Sometimes you just cannot win. I think I'm still in diamond though. So, not a negative day. We did 1 duo queue, 1 5 queue, where we had players running it down and then played some AA ARAMs. Has Ken been streaming in a while? I don't think he has actually. Glad he's having a good time with real life. No monkeys needed. I've been enjoying this game a lot. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as well.
And to purchase a ship of his own.
By the way, I did post on my Discord. How many of you have played this original Halo? I'm not in a hurry. This can be played with up to 4 people if I remember right. Yeah, online co-op. The original, a lot of fun. Other one what they added as well is the Helisas. I don't know if you heard or watched any trailers when this game was being hyped. You don't have a map. It is just memory that you need to use to go from place to place. Also added to the play later, so I would remember it if there's a long list of games that will be added to the Game Pass. You did miss the ending of Blackbird Twitch. So now we are here reminiscing.
Charlie. Your old dad'll be a captain.
Trying to get revenge.
Drowned in a whiskey bottle before he ever left shore.
Planning what to do. I've been dying to thoughts
Kenway.
for more than a couple of times.
Plan of yours. This observatory you're always going on about. How do we know it exists?
We find a slave ship called the Princess. Aboard should be a man called Roberts. He can lead us to it.
All them slavers work for the Royal African Company. Find one of their ships and start asking some questions.
We have a plan.
What's our course, Captain?
We're looking for slave ships. Any that work for the Royal African Company.
You don't mean to traffic human cargo now, do you?
No, Jesus, Addy. You know me better than that. We're only after information. Looking to find where the Princess docks in her spare time.
The Princess?
What do you want to bet this bunkie?
Slave ship?
Right. Blackbeard told me there's a good chance we'd find a sage aboard her.
Oh, free loot. I do need to find 90 more barrels of rum.
schooner's got our course, and it don't look friendly.
Where is the schooner?
Captain, Vane's just sunk a merchant schooner.
Damn! Can't that animal stay the course we agreed to?
Schooner, sir! Spanish ensigns! Victor, sir! Starboard!
He's just taking down every ship that's on their way. Where is the plane? Well, African Pearl. That's not the ship we want. It's gonna get sunk as well. We don't care.
She's spooked, Captain! The slaver ship is running!
Damn fool! I'll get us in close.
Don't sink that slaver ship, Kenway. There's hundreds of innocent men aboard.
I know.
Trying to slow it down.
Damn that Captain Vane! He's unloading everything he has.
He'll sink it if he's not careful. We'll get closer.
So, for some reason, that boat is faster than us. You can shoot those.
Fire! Vane's dead in the water.
Taking us close.
We're catching
Our
the
friend
wind now!
went crazy ahead.
Fast as you are!
Save me their asses.
You still in one piece, then?
Chase those bastards down, Kenway. I'll murder the men who sculled my ship.
Keep calm, mate. Remember what we're after.
Beat the quarter! They're after us!
Take it, two men! Head on!
Should be up.
Going over. Find the captain.
Come on, me roisters! You scare me back at brains!
Guns and steel aren't louder than sticks. And
But that
spittle
was a hard plane.
Just find the captain.
Now the aim was bad.
Not good enough.
We need a shot.
Focus, man.
Okay, he was a big guy. More out of the rules. Low enough after those shots.
This captain claims the princess sails out of Kingston every few months.
Right. We'll set a course.
You made ash of my sails and rigging, jackanapes. You owe me a share.
Damn it, Vane!
Oh, Charles, what a surly devil you
Hopefully he
are.
was right.
With me, Jack.
Oh, but it's my mandate to fuck with you, Charles.
Lads,
See, the boys and I had a bit of counsel while you were wasting time with this slot. And, well, they figured I'd be a fitter captain than you reckless dogs.
I'll cut you another cunt, Tracer!
This one I figure I might sell for a tenner down in Kingston. But with you two grog blossoms, I can't take any chances.
You regret this day, Rackham.
I regret most of them already. Tie them up! Cast them off.
There was a coop on my boat. How are we gonna get checked
I'll cut you,
out?
Jack Rackham! I'll open you up, I'll tear out your organs, and string a bloody loot with them!
Stop your goddamn howling, Vane! There's no bloody use!
Oh, well, the fearsome Edward Kenway speaks, eh? Pray tell us, Captain, how to quit this predicament. And tell us what genius you have for sailing a boat with no sails and no rudder.
Shut your gob!
Are we finding our way into the island or? What do we have here?
Keep still now. I'll take these oysters you've ordered.
You mad sap. This island's crawling with food if only you'd care to look for it.
I am looking, Louse. Found some just here.
Greedy bastard.
Don't come following now. Do you hear me? Don't come looking for me.
It's really gone crazy.
Wretched fool.
What we gonna eat?
Sod it. I need him to see reason if we're to get off this rock.
Why I remember that here would be treasure. I could be wrong though.
Vane!
God tame that stubborn mule.
Go dance with the fishermen and their dories, Kenway! This island's mine! Come at me, and I'll cap you, bastard! It was your bloody imagination that landed us here, Kenway! I'll be damned if I let that mind make one more decision for me!
Will you not talk to me, Vane? Are you fixed on this madness?
Madness? Nothing mad about a man fighting to survive, is there?
I mean you no harm, you corker. Now let's work this out like gentlemen.
Oh, God! I've got a bleeding headache on account of your jabbering. Now stay back and let me live in peace.
I would if you stop filching the food I gather and the water I find.
I'll stop nothing till you paid me back in blood. You was the reason we were out looking for slavers, and you was the reason Jack Rackham took my crew.
The lunatic has lost all sense!
We can catch him later. I don't remember, was I missing 2 or 4? Mega slates. Really? Yeah, it's gonna be no go. Come on, Edward. Yes, no. Well, here's a platform specialist.
Vayne! Face me, man! There's no bottom to the depths of lunacy with this knave.
He did make it through. Thank you, Maria. Oh, we need to go back there. You can see the glowing yellow. Mm-hmm. 3 viewpoints we can decide it. No chest. Some loot. Yes, more Bargagon. No, actually, next month I know. So I won't be at home. Or at least I can't do a multi-stream. I have pistols. Really? That's what I thought. No, like, I actually don't know when I'll be able to get back home.
Pretty good.
First going to my mom's and then to my grandparents. You can't parry their red attacks. That's my excuse of not parrying the blue attacks either.
I said not to follow!
I swear I'm not colorblind.
Jesus, you've lost your head, man!
It's a fair exchange for finding these flintlocks and grenados.
Listen, Vayne, we can hunt with those guns.
And I mean to! Ah, there you are. I'll blow you to hell!
Oh.
Got you all lined up. No escaping me! Are you dead yet? Sit still, right there. Got you all lined up. Not dead yet! Here!
How are we gonna get up there?
Ahoy, Edward!
This,
I'll blow you to hell! Got you. You and your bloody fairy stories got us into this mess, Kenway! And I'll be damned if I let you drag me into another!
You keep this up, and I'll have to kill you, Vayne!
Bloody try! By all means! That fucking ranger! That chub was mine! It's you who lost her! You and that bloody Jack Raccoon! I'll skewer you to the gunnel and hang your hide from the mast! To hell with you! To hell with Nassau!
oh, I didn't see this panther. I had an opportunity to parry.
Fucking oysters!
Or dodge. Oh.
Nice.
It does. Can't see another. Another viewpoint, but what we have. Really? Yeah, that's what I thought. Waterfall. Just rose. Had to check it out.
Jesus! It's either you or me who's leaving this island alive, Welcher! Because I'm not going to sail again in a world cursed by your ugly boat!
He's throwing bombs.
You can't run! I'll find you! Oh, what a view! I'm the master! Me! Bloody rags will be all that's left of you, Kenway! In my sight!
It's kind of forcing us to move. There's always time for loot. He can't shoot us from here.
Face me, you candy bastard! Come get what's owed to you! Oh, what a view!
Quit this madness, Faye!
Come to tell another of you... Ah, finally, a proper being!
You've lost your mind, Faye!
Come to tell another of your fairy stories, have you? You yellow-haired chap!
Enough!
He doesn't want heavy arms.
Come to your senses, man.
A pox on you, Kenway. You and your bloody ambitions.
You goddamn fucking
I didn't get it.
Fucking
Seems he did that as
Nancy
well.
boy. Only done half the fucking job.
Fucking hell. Is this my reward for believing the best about men? For thinking that a bilge rat like you could muster up some fucking sense once in a while? Maybe Horner Gold was right. Maybe the world does need men of ambition. Stop the likes of you from mucking it all up.
Or maybe you just don't have the stones to live with no regrets.
Don't save me a spot in hell, Shanker. I ain't coming soon.
We're really just gonna leave him there. Hey, we can catch a ride. If they are brave enough to take us on. We're taking the swim. What has happened to my own island?
Stealing a fishing schooner single-handed. Damn canny, Captain.
As is taking back my brig from this pillock. Once again, I thank you both.
We did get...
As Billy Huff didn't last 2 months with your ship before he came limping back to Nassau. Took the pardon straight away.
I had to, lads. That Rogers was onto me from the first.
Hold your tongue, Rackham.
So what now? Still chasing your elusive fortune?
Aye, and I'm close. I've heard the Sage is sailing out of Kingston on a ship called the Princess.
Put your ambition to better use, Kenway. Find the Sage with us.
I've no stomach for you and your mystics, Mary. I want a taste of the good life. An easy life.
No one honest has an easy life, Edward. and it's aching for one that causes the most pain. All right, Rackham. Back to retirement.
If the rumors are true, the princess won't be far from Kingston.
Let's open these up since it's annoying. Look how close I'm with this story and Edward. Just the dark animals that I've been skipping. It's like a new edit. Or they did replace the darkness. Or the original animals. Wow, what was in the game? Where is this isla that we were? Here. Mayan statue, fast travel. Let's go for that. And I also, I think we had a map here. Yes, we have. 48, 7, 11. So it's somewhere around here. Is the treasure. Let's go for that first. I think the ultimate plans that I found were from weapons. From these treasure chests. That's why I want to do them. We did have many paths to run. This wasn't one. And it's saying downwards.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
The chest is like really close to this location. Really, I kind of was next to it. Did it? I don't remember how many chests we have here. Is there any? 4. Guess we go diving first. There's lore letter.
Look.
More stories from the sage. Early opinions of my condition. From birth, I was known to my parents and neighbors as a boy of strange habits and impulses. My eyes being of unequal color and dimension. Always invited odd comments and query, being so easy to discern. But my behavior was also noticeable queer. I was given to gesticulations of a mysterious sort, signs and symbols that appeared to my parents to be more than a meaning they could not decipher. It was also said that I never cried or protest, strange for a babe, but likely a comfort to my dear mother. I gained the gift of speech in my 12th month, my first words being my love and beloved. My parents seized upon this as a good sign of robust intelligence, but could not have been much pleased with what such words implied, and they were to be anxious for such time that I should have called these kind shepherds mother and father. By the age of 2 years, I had already taken to refer to them Elizabeth and Fox, a queer sort of quick for infants. It needn't be said, but this was my impulse, and until I passed through adolescence was a practice I stuck with. How would you feel if your child would be calling you as a with your first name? Kinda outright.
This place looks familiar.
Yeah, here we are looking for a treasure chest. Some place where someone has dug. Where is it?
It's somewhere here.
Please be ultimate plan for some weapon. Not just some money.
I'll take it.
No! It's an outfit. Unfortunate.
Might have left something behind.
There's a map. I can see it. How do we get to it though? And there's another chest as well. Looking at this, we can't climb from this side. Here we can at least jump to the other side. Just. Can we? this is taking us to another path. There's a crocodile who met the maker. There's just one way to get up there. We were so close here, but cutscene. Yeah, and it's just the right side. I don't know why this is still shown as like a dangerous place. Is there someone up?
Attack, lads!
Try this!
Come fight me!
Your last mistake, mate!
Where was the other one? Somebody shooting here. Oh yeah, on that side. I'm coming towards you, don't worry.
There's the bastard!
Yeah, that hurt.
Got you!
Now we are caught. These four, how are we gonna align them? There it is. This way, up here and planning to jump down. Come on, Edward. Let's synchronize. Now we may check down. Question is this the last Mayan plate that I was missing? If not, there's 2 more. Our character does not say anything. Wasn't there more chests as well? I like 2. I just want to reload the weapon. I don't know how I missed this. Step on it, maybe it works. No, we still have this map here.
His end was not a peaceful one. He died alone with just his things.
For what island is this map?
Another map, eh?
Let's have a look. Must have been for Long Bay. 503. What is this island? 487. Not too far off. 503 to 30. No, that's been captured. Really, I'm just missing the monkey from Newbone. I don't believe it. Main quest time. Let's continue with the story.
I expect I should ask around about the princess you seek.
Thanks, Ade. I'll find you in town.
What's going on?
Here we killed the Catholic Templar priest. He was a courageous man.
How was it you escaped, Daddy?
It was Kid. He figured something was amiss when he spotted Rackham at the helm of the Jackdaw. He freed us, while that fool Rackham went to get his pardon.
I will give Kid my thanks.
It is good to see you again, Captain.
Like what? What news, Ade?
This Barjon works for the Royal African Company. Tell him what you told me.
I haven't seen the princess for 8 weeks or more, meaning she may soon be back.
What else?
I thought this buck belonged to the other men who was asking about the princess this morning. So I told them that...
What other men?
Potty sailor in plain rags, and a gent with a scar just here.
Where have they got to?
Staying just round the corner, they said.
I grow tired of chasing these fantasies of yours, Edward. As does the crew.
Hang in there, man. We're getting close.
Let's see who this dude is.
Do you know what I heard? Governor Rogers and Captain Hornigold are part of a secret society, like. A secret order that's made up of Frenchies and Spaniards and Italians and even some Turks.
Damn you! Get back here! Oh, for backup!
Found it! There!
No! Block for you. Oh, there was another block. Well, that I didn't count for.
Where you be hiding? Here he is. For that.
Got you! Gotcha!
I'll get you for that.
Grenade coming! Don't fight for that! There you are! You bastard! Grenade!
Oh, I'm out of
I found you!
Now we dance.
out of bullets. So it's only big boys here.
I'll cut your ears off, I will!
You'll have to be quicker.
quite.
Ready. I used all my healers. But maybe there's no quiets. There's something I can loot. One more belt to take care of. What else?
Tawdry looking place. Hornigold and Rogers.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what's the meaning behind these blood samples we're taking?
Torres tells me that blood is required for the observatory to properly function.
How do you mean, sir?
If one wishes to use the observatory to, say, spy on King George, then one would require a drop of the king's blood to do so. In other words, a small sample of blood gives us access to a man's everyday life.
Does Torres mean to spy on me, then? For I've just given him a sample of my blood.
As have I, Captain Hornigold, as will all Templars. It is a measure of insurance.
And trust, I reckon.
Yes, but fear not. Torres has shipped our samples to a Templar safe house in Rio de Janeiro. We will not be the observatory's first subjects, I assure you.
Aye, sir. I suppose it's a small price to pay for what the Templars have given me in return.
Precisely.
What did they give you?
Come then. We will not keep the Grand Master waiting. Where are we to meet him?
The docks. They're not far.
Sir, the reinforcements have arrived.
Reinforcements. I just killed all of them. And...
The docks are close by. I best hurry.
I'm not
Sir, don't hurt me. Let me
live.
live.
Mercy.
You're gonna make it out.
Whatever I may have done, spare me, friend.
Hey, I'm not here after you.
Nothing to see here. Piss off.
Let's bet the dog. Let's give it.
You be good now.
Okay.
Snap like please. I'm just a common
It does look good. He has a weapon.
Make up gas, lads! You won't live to regret that!
Not good enough.
Respond. Oh, wait, no, still.
Clean.
Got you! Damn you! Toss it at the
apple.
Too slow, shipbird.
Come on, lads! No!
There's just more and more coming. I don't mind if they truly want to.
He's getting away! Gotcha!
Now we dance.
You won't get away!
Try this.
More? Okay, the meeting is over there. Are they coming upstairs or not? I'm gonna hide in this bush. Let them calm down. We're gonna have a new stealth try. This one was a disaster. One thing at least I didn't get killed. Desynchronized. That was the wait a minute.
Here he is! Right down my barrel.
Really?
Damn you!
I thought I got up here. Game is it otherwise? I need to be inside here. I was going to stop.
Peace, lad. I'm no foe to you.
Some reason.
What of the sage's present location? Do we know?
Africa, Your Excellency.
Africa? By God. The winds do not favor that route.
I concur, Grand Master. I should have sailed there myself. One of my slave galleys would be more than capable of making a swift journey.
Slave galley? Captain, I asked you to divest yourself of that sick institution.
I failed to see the difference between enslaving some men and all men. Our aim is to steer the entire course of civilization, is it not?
A body enslaved inspires the mind to revolt. But enslave a man's mind, and his body will follow on, naturally, efficiently.
A fair point, Grand Master.
Remind me, where in Africa are we looking?
Principe, sir, a small island.
We've sent 2 of our best men, Burgess and Cockram. Privateers with fast ships and firm hearts.
Edward Kenway! Imagine my surprise at seeing your jackdaw anchored there. Have you heard all you came to hear? Will you now rescue the sage from our clutching hands?
A pox on you, traitor! You sold us downriver.
Because I found a better path. The Templars know order, discipline, structure. But you never could fathom these subtleties. Goodbye, old friend. You were a soldier once, when you fought for something real. Something beyond yourself.
Horny gold! I command you to stop! Got you now!
Okay, we didn't get to. This is fun. I'll be right back. Okay. Toilet was must. So is one sisu. Oh, all the resources are like shown new. We did get this. $6,000. Oh, it's just showing the island like that. Trust is earned. Bonnet has something for us. What is that? We don't have our crazy friend. Is Bonnet also at the house? Seems so.
Captain Kenway, a letter's arrived at the villa addressed to you by way of Stede Bonnet. I've left it for you in the trophy room.
Bonnet? It's been some time since I heard news of him. Thank you.
You could showcase more weapons. Collector.
A letter from Steed Bonnet. What's become of him?
My dear friend Edward, after a rather unfortunate kerfuffle with the governor's men, I currently enjoy the hospitalities of a Charlestown jail. It's all a bit bothersome, but I have faith I'll be freed soon. Luckily, I'd already stashed some of my takings in the cabin of my ship. I've sent it ahead to Mystery Island, but the crew can be unpredictable without a captain. I thought you might be amenable to checking in on them. There will be reward for the inconvenience, of course, and I'll meet you there when I manage to extricate myself. It'll be just like old times. Signed, Captain Steed Bonnet.
Captain Steed Bonnet. Now that's unexpected. Hidden treasure and trouble with the authorities. You earn my respect, Bonnet.
That sounds like a pirate. While we are here...
I hope Bonnet's taken real booty and isn't hoarding sugar or the like.
Almost 2k just up here.
Less risk now.
Repair the boats first. Those did take some damage. Man of War should be in good health. And that's not a lot what we can actually get. That's just some money. Let's do one trade. Why not?
Where did you come from?
13 rums when I need 200 of them.
I like to be up before sunrise, so I can hear the morning's first bird song.
5,000 that way.
I wonder what Bonnet's got up to since he sailed off into yonder sunset.
He was quite the sight, wasn't he? From the silken velvet of Barbados to his own captain's helm.
Aye. The man wasn't cut from the same cloth as the rest of Nassau, that's for sure.
Is that a hint of fondness I hear, Lucy?
I've no love for the posturing of captains. Present company excluded.
Naturally.
Bonnet struck me as a different sort.
His ways aren't as rough as Thatch or Vanes, but I can't say if that's a good thing. We've got a long journey ahead of us, Ade, and I'll need your help at the end of it.
When you talk in riddles, I get uneasy.
A wide, open sea and the promise of a prize. What else could we want?
Oh, how am I supposed to... And when we get the king down the hill, hall, is there we'll drink and sorrow down. Good morning, ladies all. Them gals down south are praying with a hero hall. With them we'll spend our hard-earned pay. Good morning, ladies all. We'll swing around, we'll have good.
The schooner's run aground. Could be Bonnet.
That's enough for now.
Clew up foremast rig!
Douse those gallants! Haul! Haul!
Square away! Lay anchor!
Let's investigate. Mystery Island, our first steps over here. Pretty sold. Couple of sequels. Why, there's always a from there. We don't have like explosive throws. Freestyler! Rip the microphone. Welcome, Raiders! Thank you, Dub. How was your progress in today? We have witnessed a lot of madness. Another... I actually tried to destroy these forts. What's not happening? So I'm kind of forced. Forced to do main quest. State Bonnet's letter. We are witnessing him. And he's part of what happened. Unfortunately, since this is a piracy or pirate game, there's no happy endings. If there was, we would still have pirates. Not like, not only in Africa, India. We took down 2 forts, but you are not strong enough. The time will come when they are. Oh, well, you will be. Why I have a market there? Let's remove all. And then I need to find... I can actually find the way up here. Nope. Too short.
I found you!
Yeah, the stealth is option, right? Sneak. Buster. Yeah, there goes the bell.
Dead to rights! Together, me toys! You'll not lose me that quick!
But yes, if this is your first time seeing me, I'm usually playing games on the hardest. Hey, why he's seeing me? Freaking smoke. This is not looking like a happy place. No.
There you are!
No, 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 no. Where did he appear? I do heal a little. Little from heavy attacks, but it's definitely not enough. Deadbeat. That was unfortunate. I don't know, maybe I'll just swap back to the other weapons. Order the gold. Let's try these. That's my boat. And there's the boat I'm trying to go for. I just wanted
revenge. This is Bonnet's tub.
Viewpoint. Anybody alive? The crew is not there.
Get your paws off that hatch, you skulk! Come on out and face me!
Peace, man. My name's Edward Kenway, a friend of Bonnet's. I'm looking for his crew, not a fight.
Edward Kenway? As I live and breathe! Oh, come! Join me by the fire!
We have some friends.
Flesh rogue with a hangman's grin.
Rest of the
Major
island
Bonnet
is...
told me to look out for you, Captain Kenway. Name's Roland
so
Sharp.
friendly.
I'm in charge of this here crew. It's an honor to meet you. A real honor.
The pleasure's mine. Where's Major Bonnet now? What happened to his ship?
After the Major sent us on ahead of him, there was a mutiny. The traitors filched the key to the Major's cabin below decks. We've been holding them off since, but they took the provisions for themselves.
When does Bonnet get here?
Mr. Sharp! Trouble! The mutineers are further down the shore, gathering for an attack. All of them.
You'll have your answers, Captain Kenway, but we need your help. This is our chance to get the Major's key back.
Lead on, Mr. Sharp.
Show us the way.
Weeks of this miserable stalemate. Now we break it.
With Captain Edward Kenway's help, no less.
These mutineers are a savvy bunch. Have you your wits about you?
Wits, steel, and powder besides.
That we do have. I don't know. Did this guy just get out of the tomb, or why he's walking like that?
Gird your loins, lads, for the Major!
Oi, look what washed up.
Bonnet's cabin boys. I'm sitting my jaws in fear.
Help!
Rock them, lads! Oi, that dandy lorded over us like he was all feather. He broke the pirate code.
Would you know of any code?
What? And you can.
I'm not the one talking about it, am I? Bonnet's brigade fights on! Yes!
How many left?
Fight like the Major himself, Peter!
All this blasted law. And for what? You're still thinking the old custodian.
The mutineers are dead! We have the key!
Keep your eyes open. I have a sense it's not over yet.
Yeah, we might have heard something. Another boat.
She's heading this way!
That ship's carrying the Union Jack. Ready yourselves. The Navy's here.
By order of the king, the property of the pirate, Stede Bonnet, is to be seized by the crown and his crew apprehended.
What in blazes is going on?
Helena's boys. The golem known rats, traitors, cowards, lily-livered.
Will you shut your gods and listen to me? You're all under arrest!
I'm running out of bullets.
This here island's got no government, has it? Then what is the navy here? Actually, the ancient trade and navigation.
Where was that
to state what they like.
name of the cannons?
By loyal subjects. I did secure a privilege of praise in before.
Jesus! It's done. That's the last of them.
And we've got the Major's key again.
That was easy.
Come with us to the cabin, Edward.
Show us the way. The unity over. And then one English.
I'm still owed some answers, Sharp. Where's Bonnet?
I wish I knew. There was trouble in Charlestown. The governor put a bounty on the Major's head, and his men chased us out to sea. The Major sent us on ahead. Then he turned back upriver to draw them off our tail.
That must be how he was captured. He held them off alone.
See how Edward taught me to fight, he said. And have we seen it?
You're exactly as he said you'd be, Captain Kenway.
Get all on it.
I snuck a last letter from Major Bonnet out of Charlestown and sailed alone to get it here. He was in an ill mood when he passed it to our paid-off guard in the prison. We stowed the letter in the cabin.
Here, Bonnet's letter was meant for you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. I'll have a look around.
He's probably the only one who's not trying to betray us. Where is he? This ship has taken some damage. I was thinking, do I need to slide?
Rich. Definitely Bonnet's quarters. What's this? Sugar. Oh, he recovered it. Looking properly dashing. Bonnet's diary. What adventures am I to discover, Captain Bonnet?
Stede Bonnet's diary, 3rd July, 1780. Well, that would be it, it seems. The bags are packed, sails trimmed. The long trip finally over. The old revenge is ready for her journey home to purpose tomorrow. And myself. I should be glad for it, and a large part of me is. Never thought I would find myself saying this, but I do miss my Mary and the children behind. How many can say they plundered with a touch, were pardoned by the king, and sailed home to tell the tale? And in truth, I never quite found the constitution for it all anyway. The gossips and the general bluster. So, why then does my heart still long for the open sea? There's a sense of things yet undone. The call of the gulls and the promise of adventure is still wild, still clear. Though the prospect of danger turns my stomach, the dread of dying in a silken bed forgotten and full of regret is the more distasteful to me. Edward, my old friend, you have such a way with words. What would you say in a moment such as this? Solidor. Barbaros can wait. Mary will have to be patient. I'll do the helm again, said the new course, and make something of his. That's like the last letter.
It looks like he took the king's pardon, then reneged. Sly dog.
Act of grace. We do hereby promise and declare that having surrendered himself to the governor of North Carolina, Charles Eden, Sted Bonnet shall have our gracious pardon of his piracy by him, before the 5th day of September, the year of our Lord 1719. Is it another map?
Edward, I am to be hanged on the morrow. I imagined facing death like you, your swords drawn, full of gusto. Instead, I found myself begging and weeping at the governor's feet. I fear your advice was wasted on a constitution like mine. Perhaps I should have left pirating altogether, sailed home to my wife and children. But I'm not quite the same man who left them, am I? That was the gift you gave me. The courage to live free. And I'll muster that courage when the morning comes. The stories I promised will have to wait, Edward. But if, on your adventures, you should hear any tales of my sundry exploits and capers, then perhaps, in the end, I lived as I was meant to.
We kept the watch fast burning, for the day he'd sail again. But the gallows claimed our captain, though the people sang his name.
The Major.
He's not. He is not. What's left of the ship and crew are yours now, Mr. Sharp. I've still got his portrait. I will hang it proudly.
Such. It was a good man. So a couple of sad endings here today. That's what happens when you play the story. You know that the story won't be a ending. Gotta say, Bonnet deserved better. More. Now towards the British flag, and let's see what they have in there. Do we have a chest here? We do. Man of many mysteries. The Revenge is where did I see? It was next to a chest. Looking up. No, this marks. Here we have. Press the throne, didn't notice. Just one. It's also gonna need the maker.
You could have helped. I'll have your guts.
You'll bleed for that. Cut it!
So yeah, our heavy attacks are like cannons.
You'll bleed for that.
Get the seed of touch. No. What did they do? It happened.
This treasure is mine now.
What's up? There shouldn't be more cards. Let's get you. Can we have another place where I wanted to jump? This is quite disgusting. Is he coming down or not? Sometimes there's been a clue. Grand Boxing Challenge. Calling all brave or foolhardy souls to a list of medal in our Grand Boxing Challenge. All ranks and stations welcome. Whosoever stands unvanquished at the tournament's end will win our grand fight just in the gold coin. Fame, fortune, and honor. Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have a pirate accent. That would be really useful. Just a small chest. Nope, there was a big one. State bonnet's attire. Let's have a look at that. We are Captain Morgan. It's this way.
Oh.
Always swing a little. Since during the game we are not taking any shots. How we are even able to do any stealth when we stick so bad. I don't know how that was possible. Guess we need to start from the beginning. I'm definitely not the best in parkour. Or platform. At all.
Bonnet. He led a life uncharted.
Look for a spot in the manor basement. Manor basement 5000. So yeah, I'm still missing ultimate plans for all the weapons. It's just really unfortunate.
Put on some sail. Trim as near the wind as you dare.
We're sailing large now!
Man the helm.
Okay, now we have the big sail. I don't know why it was not happening. You can't see anything on this font. Oh, that's just to hang his portrait. Okay.
His hand, on it did the steed command. Whoa, steed on it! Steed was captured and Cape Fear, his dying day
Steed
was
Bonnet.
drawing near.
He's the first one who we actually met. Was it in Havana? When we were traveling there. Gonna be like a lot more interactions with him. I think there's 5, maximum 5 cutscenes.
Oh, Renzo was no sailor. Renzo, boys, Renzo. He was just a skipper. where he was a hopeless failure. Renzo boys, there's a man afloat there, sir! Captain gave him mercy. Renzo boys, Renzo, his daughter begged for mercy. Renzo boys, Renzo, she took him
crewmate never hurts.
Renzo boys, Renzo, with it got the crew.
No, I think it is my time to end. I'm starting to yawn badly. That means I will soon fall asleep. Almost 45 hours late. Tomorrow more. It's been a lot of fun. Now the question is who the raid. Sloppy went just live. But that's League PC. I'm gonna show how you like that. There are more streaming of this game, and let's go to a new dude. Someone with a cam on. They're only on day 4. Let's see how they are doing. Silver Rose. No idea who they are, but they have a cam on. And not followers on. But thank you, chat, for today. A lot of fun, a lot of progress. Maybe tomorrow I'm able to end the main story. I don't know, I'm really getting close to it. So we shall see. But thanks for today. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye bye.